Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Monday, August 7th. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. Hopefully today will be a longer stream than yesterday. Although the first droplets are already falling, but looking at the weather radar, there should only be a few droplets. The last remnants of a very stubborn area of rain that gave a lot of rain yesterday throughout the day, overnight as well. Still not too good looking in the vicinity. This is where the wind is coming from. Maybe one or two droplets, but it should be the last of it, and also the beginning of better weather later in the week. Wind is blowing from the northwest quite strongly, 18 knots wind. At the moment, not only Polderbaan is open for departures, but Kaagbaan as well, runway 24. Runway 27 is being used for arrivals. And the first airplane of the day is taxiing to the runway threshold. It is an Embraer 190 from KLM. Flight 1533, going to Darlington. It is an 11-year-old airplane. It's first flight January 2012. Goedemorgen Roy, Paula, DP 2017. Wilma, goedemorgen. Rifat, goedemorgen. FJWH, goedemorgen. Checking in from Tenerife. Probably a lot sunnier over there than it is over here. Hey there, Pap Transit. Salut Camille, comment ça va? Hey there, Jörg. Good morning. Gloomy backdrop, but the sun illuminating the airplane. Lovely contrast. Climbing steeply. Pocket rocket. Check it out, already quite high. So yeah, this is the overview. This is looking to the west. The wind is coming from the northwest, so the wind is coming from this area. You can see a few patches of blue sky, so it's probably not going to be as bad as yesterday in terms of the precipitation. Quite strong wind actually. The smoke or vapor or whatever it is that is coming out of those chimneys, leaving the chimneys quite horizontally. Once again, we have a lot of birds over here in the grass. The bird controller was around as I was setting up, but not seeing it anymore. The windsock in the distance showing the current situation. Good morning, Otto, YouTube fan. Mike Wild, good morning, friend. Mark Yaxley, good morning. KK Diablos, good morning. Hey there, Paul. Checking in from sunny Leiden. Well, the sun is making an effort to come out from behind the clouds. This is what it looks like looking to the south. We're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. There are two underway. A Dreamliner going... Oh wait, that is arriving traffic. Sorry. Let me first of all filter to outbound traffic. There we go. All right. Still early in the morning, not too busy just yet. I think that might be our next airplane, a 737 to Helsinki. Hey, good morning, mid-KS. It is another windy day over here. It is, the wind is blowing with 18 knots right now. Although I think it will subside as the day progresses. There are still areas of low pressure in the vicinity. And I think they are passing further land inward today, if I recall correctly. A few departures also from the other runway. Let's have a look. This is an E2 Embraer 195 going to Geneva, flight 1927. Brand new airplane. Entered service in June this year. So really brand spanking new. So there are two airplanes coming this way right now. The first one is over there. And the second one over there. Looks like two 737s. Hey there, Lane. Goedemorgen. Maureen, good morning. Checking in from East Yorkshire. Hopefully the weather is a bit better over there than it is over here. Over here it is still a bit chilly. 16 degrees Celsius, so that is, what is it? 32 plus 30, 62-ish Fahrenheit, if you're used to those. Catlicious asks, good morning. From an almost evening in Adelaide. Yeah, the day is already almost over. 8 hours time difference, if I'm not mistaken. So that is 6 p.m. Morgen Sander. Sunny but also very windy Katwijk. Well, you guys are having more sun probably than I do over here. Near the coast it's almost always more sunny. Although it could be argued that Leiden is not as close to the coast as Katwijk, but I think both are situated more to the west, more closer to the sea than Schiphol is. This is just a teensy bit more land inward. Not a lot though, but just a little. So two 737s are coming. Speaking of 747s, I did see that there was a departure from National Airlines, I think to the Middle East, later this morning. That would be nice if it were to come to this runway to take off. Now I'm not getting my hopes up high. To the contrary, knowing Schiphol will most likely only be able to see it from afar. So the first 737 is going to the runway threshold. We'll have to wait a bit before it's lined up and ready to go. I do see more traffic coming this way. Embraer 190 to Stavanger, 737 to Oslo. They are coming. Guten Morgen, Feldi. Sami K, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen, liebe deutsch sprechende Freunde. Schön, dass ihr auch allen dabei seid. And here's our first airplane to take off from the two 737s. This is KLM flight 1167, Boeing 737-900, destination Helsinki, Finland. 19-year-old airplane, first flight April 2004. Following the airplanes with this wind is already a travesty. It's very shaky. Apologies for that. I do hope that the sound is better than it was in the last 3 or so streams. I did hear that my voice clipped, and at first I thought it was the DJI mic, but none of the settings, which are all electronic settings, have changed. The only analog turning knob that could change is the volume knob of the Sennheiser mic, which is fed to my camera with an XLR cable, and there's also a control panel on the handle that controls volume, and that is very sensitive. 737-700 going to Edinburgh, KLM flight 1279. This airplane is 13 years old, first flight January 2010. Now, as I was saying, I think that I accidentally bumped up the volume knob just a little bit. Did some testing at home yesterday when I listened back yesterday's short stream and found out that the volume still seemed to be clipping. Now, the Sennheiser is so sensitive that even when I'm standing behind the camera, it still picks up signal, and I think that was what caused the sound to be bad during a couple of streams. So what I did is I turned down the volume just a slight bit. It was 1 notch below the middle one, and I found it yesterday with 1 notch above the center, the middle one. So I think that was what caused the difference. So I hope that the sound is now proper, loud, clear, but not too loud, not clipping. A lot of people tuning in the chat. Eddie, good morning. Blackburst, good morning. Jerry, good morning. Checking in from Daytona Beach, so you're up early or still up late. Goedemorgen Bart. Goedemorgen Rob. Kieran, checking in from Zurich, good morning. Hey there Lance, good morning. Hey there Dale, good morning. Dave A010, good morning. Nigel's Foldero, good morning. A lot of Aussies tuning in. Welcome, mates. Mrs. Professor, good morning. El Richard, good morning. Bono, good morning. Hey there, Debbie, good morning. So, just to show you, to demonstrate the difference, this is what the volume knob is now set to, and just 2 stripes harder as I found it yesterday does this to the volume of my voice. This is me standing behind the camera at the same distance from the shotgun mic. Now turning it back down to the setting I had it on initially. This is what I think it was on initially and what it was supposed to be on, but it's the only thing that can be manually shifted, and the rest of the settings, all the sound settings, are in the software, so either in the DJI mic or in other hardware. So you need to go into menus and press several knobs before you can change that, and since none of that has happened, this was the only variable that could change. Anyway, enough technical yada yada. Here's our next airplane. Embraer 190 going to Stavanger, flight 1199. A 7-year-old airplane that had its first flight in December 2015. In the meantime, the sun is creeping out from behind the clouds over here, as you guys can see, nicely illuminating the grass and the airplane. More traffic is underway. 3 airplanes I can see on flight radar coming this way. Now, looking in the direction of the wind, this is what I'm now looking at. So we might see a few droplets, a few temporary droplets shortly. I'm hoping it looks worse than it is going to be. The weather radar was a bit unclear. If anything, the rain that is going to fall will only be short-lived, so hopefully it won't even come to that and it's going to stay dry for the remainder of the stream. EasyJet continuing to the runway threshold. Let's see what the KLM 737 is going to do. Paul can almost hear me without the mic in Leiden. I do speak loudly. Most important thing is that it doesn't sound too loud, that you're hearing clipping. That is what I noticed at some moments during the previous couple of streams. If all is well, that should be resolved right now. Kobe and Jan, goedemorgen. Hey there, Chris. Sunny in Lincolnshire this morning, but it's raining in Dam Square. So it could be coming to you. Well, Dam Square is already past me. It is further away in the direction of the wind, so to speak. So anything that falls on Dam will not fall on me because it will have already passed me, that precipitation. I need to look towards the North Sea to see what is coming my way. Hey Daniel, goedemorgen. Liewe, goedemorgen. Maxine, goedemorgen. Bisnovad, good morning. So this is EasyJet flight 22162 going to Manchester. A319, 17 years old. Wind is definitely interfering with following. This airplane is 17 years old and its first flight was in May 2006. Hey Rwanda, goedemorgen, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Not the beginning of the week. Now, this is KLM flight 1143, Boeing 737-800 going to Oslo. "23 years old, this airplane. First flight of this airplane was in May 2000. So 18 knot wind from the northwest, crosswind from the left for the airplanes taking off. They take off to the north from this runway, as most of you will probably know already. Doesn't show very much. Now, I'm curious to see if we are going to keep it dry over here. Time will tell. Embraer 190 going to Düsseldorf, flight 945. Sorry, not Düsseldorf, Dublin. I saw DU, I thought Düsseldorf, but it is DUB, Dublin, Dublin, Ireland. Minor detail, minor detail. Haven't finished my thermos of coffee. Can you guys see it? Tell? The airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in March 2010. Meanwhile, we're getting traffic head on. Now, another airplane going to Ireland. This one is from Aer Lingus Shamrock flight 841. A320 going to Cork. A320-200, 15 years old. Its first flight November 2007. Some rain. Now it is August 7th, but if you told me it was somewhere in October, I would have believed it. Looks like it is a bit hazy. I think that is precipitation. It doesn't look like it is a whole lot. It looks like it is already getting a bit clearer further up. So let's just see how it goes. Probably won't be as bad as yesterday. Though I do think there are a few droplets on the camera lens already, but as soon as it has dried up we can fix that. That's no problem. Alright, the rain is now falling a bit more substantially. I think it is prudent to get out the umbrella for just a few minutes. Bad timing, just as the first bigger planes are arriving. A330 from Delta, and also a Dreamliner and another A330 by the looks of it. Alright, sounds like the rain is slowing down. That is perfect timing. Right, let's have a look. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143, Airbus A330-300, destination Seattle. 6-year-old airplane, first flight March 2017. sounds like we've seen the most of it. Well, that's the wind blowing my camera to the right. Let me lock the tripod. Yeah, I think it's mostly wind now and not so much rain. Time to put the storm umbrella down again. Go back to bimanual camera operation, the way it is meant to be. Right, next up. Hey, Rick, goedemorgen. This is American Airlines Flight 221, Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner going to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. 6-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Some fresh moisture causing some nice spray during rotation. Good morning to all viewers who have joined in the meantime. Swamp Fuel, I'm Not Dope, good morning. Thomas Gilden, Michard, Olaf, Mario, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Right, so now this is Delta Airlines Flight 57 A330-900 going to Salt Lake City. Brand new airplane, meaning it is a year old or less, and the first flight of this airplane was in November 2022. It's getting busy over here. I'm starting to think maybe they have closed runway 24 in favor of this runway only for departures. Let me zoom out on flight radar, see if that is making sense. No, I do see a departure taking place. Okay, so, well, let's not ask too many questions and just enjoy it. Is so fierce on occasions that it even blows my camera to the left without me pulling it to the left. If I go to the gym tonight, I can ask the gym owner if I can borrow one of the dumbbells, balance it on top of the camera handle so that it is more heavy, so that it remains more stable under windy conditions. Alright, the gear is retracting. Embraer 195 is already lined up. There's a 737 over here, also waiting to go. Hey there Frank, goedemorgen. Guten Morgen. This is KLM flight 1155 E2 Embraer 195, destination Gothenburg. 2-year-old airplane, first flight February 2021. Lights on, spooling up, ready to go. quietest departures now taking place. E2 Embraer 195, and you guys already saw there is an Air Baltic A320 next. Both of them with the geared turbofan high bypass engines. Well, all engines these days are high bypass, but these are just a little bit higher than the other airplane types engines have, or are, I should say. Before the Air Baltic takes off, first this KLM 737-700, flight 1443, looks like it's going to do a turn and burn, rolling start, 737-700, destination Aberdeen, 14-year-old airplane, first flight October 2008. Oh, now you can see, now you can see the crosswind. It already had to bank into the wind as it came loose from the ground. Hey Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. Now, here's the next quiet airplane. Going to Riga, Air Baltic, A220-300, flight 618. This airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in June 2021. Hey there, Aldo. Checking in from Thailand. Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say, for you. Welcome to the show. Hey Mathieu, goedemorgen. Samen met Kiano aan het kijken. Awesome. Jong geleerd is oud gedaan, as we say in Dutch. Hope you guys enjoy. Now, A320 going to London Heathrow. Speedbird, flight 429. A320-200, 21 years old. First flight December 2001. Right, so again a little overview. This is looking to the north, this is looking to the west, this is looking to the northwest. This is where the wind is blowing from, so it looks like we're going to stay dry again after the droplets we've had just now. A330 going to the runway threshold. Gives me a few seconds to get my cloth out, wipe camera screen dry, my phone, also take off the lens hood and those few droplets on the lens. And as I'm doing this, I'm feeling new droplets falling. Son of a... Right. Oh! Turn and burn for the A330. Flight 135 from Delta, A330-300 going to Detroit, Michigan. Now this airplane is 19 years old. Its first flight was in February 2004. And I see that runway 24 is still being used for departures. That is a bit of a pity. I was really looking forward to maybe catching a glimpse of the national 747 that is expected to depart later this morning. Don't remember exactly when the time of departure was planned to be, but probably is going to a different runway. Yes, Frank, I have two umbrellas. In fact, a big storm umbrella and also a small storm umbrella. One for keeping me and the camera dry if necessary, and the other for the equipment should it be necessary. But I don't think we're going to see that much precipitation. That the small umbrella is necessary. Now, oh, I only had the intention of showing you guys, and he dove under already. There are two grebes over here in the water, close by. Ah, there is number one. Going under again, and there we go. Here is the other. These look like regular adults, no zebra stripes. Hey Vincent, good morning. JDV, Jaap, goedemorgen. Just Moepie, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright. We're going to see a couple of heavies take off. A couple of 777s, a couple of Dreamliners. Things are moving again. Over here, KLM flight 743. Triple 7300 ER going to Lima. This airplane is 2 years old, first flight December 2020. Happy New Year. Fireworks being set off by the bird controller, who is working on the north side of the runway. Time to turn around the camera. United Flight 71, 777-200 going to New York. To Newark, in fact. So it's technically now this 777 is 23 years old already. Its first flight November 1999. So we have seen 2 grebes just now. I don't see them anymore. They already have gone into hiding, it seems like. Oh no, wait, there they are. Still see them in the distance. Constantly diving under and re-emerging. Another big bird ready to go. This is a Dreamliner 10, 78710, KLM Flight 605, going to San Francisco, California. This airplane is 3 years old. Its first flight was in October 2019. Hey Snorri, goedemorgen, good morning. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright. If you're not fully awoke yet, turn up the volume a little bit. It might help. Here, another Dreamliner 10, KLM Flight 601 going to LAX. This particular airplane, 2 years old. First flight of this airplane was in August 2020. Good morning to all viewers who have just tuned in. You're watching Departures over here at the Polderbaan. This is AMS Live, my name is Boy. I think we can say that the exodus of the heavies to the Americas has begun. Now unfortunately today Polderbaan is not the only runway being used for departures. Runway 24 is also being used right now. The Kaagbaan, and runway 27 was used for arrivals earlier in the morning. If we have a minute, I will have a look on the website that indicates the expected runway usage. See if we are going to see a closure of runway 24, and if so, when. For now, looks like a lot of traffic is going to this runway, despite the fact that 2 runways are open. Looking at flight radar, it is relatively full. Another Dreamliner, KLM flight 749, going to Bogota in Colombia. 7879, the middle-sized. The mid-sized Dreamliner. Now, interesting that this airplane takes off from the Polderbahn and not from runway 24. Runway 24. Going to Bogota, which lies more to the south. Despite that, this airplane is taking off to the north right now, so that's interesting. This airplane, by the way, 7 years old, first flight April 2016. At the moment, things are looking a bit more cheerful than they did earlier. We did have a lot of dark clouds in the distance. Still not too bright, but better than it was. This is looking to the north. This is where the wind is coming from. This is looking to the northwest. Now, we do have some blue sky here and there. This is looking to the west, more blue. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the southeast. This is looking to the south. And we have a little bit of a queue, as you guys can see. More is coming. Seems like now a few narrow bodies back to back. Hey Wendy, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 1109, going 737-800, going to Stockholm. Judging how the airplane following is going, even though it is still a bit windy, I do get the impression that the wind is slowing down a little bit. So let me see if I can update the ticker as well for you guys when I have a moment for it. The airplane, 4 years old, first flight April 2019. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not wind still by any means. As you guys can see, smoke still rising mostly horizontally, although there is a little bit of vertical movement in it, which I didn't see before. Speedbird flight 8496 going to London City, BA City Flyer, Embraer 190. 12-year-old airplane, first flight October 2010. Nicely illuminated by the sun. You can see it nicely climb against the cloudy backdrop. Although a bit more friendly clouds that are a bit brighter make for a better backdrop. Who knows? Maybe later in the morning. Time for the second A220 from Air Baltic that we are seeing this morning. This one going to Tallinn. We already have one going to Riga. So still one due to Vilnius. This is Air Baltic flight 858 going to Tallinn. 1-year-old airplane. First flight February 2022. Boy, are those airplanes quiet. Ryanair going to Dublin, flight 421 737-800. 13 years old, first flight January 2010. Up and away, indeed, Janet. Thanks for the kind words there, John. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great day as well. We have another KLM Embraer 175 waiting to go. No longer waiting to go, going. Flight 1779 going to Hamburg in Germany. 7-year-old airplane, first flight March 2016. Hey there, Thomas AU. Checking in from Australia. Goedenavond, kerel. And welcome to everybody else who has joined in the meantime. YouTube fans has estimated departure for National 747 is 10:55 a.m. Now the question is, will it be going to this runway or to a different runway? Let me have a look. Can I see the 747 already? Yeah, it is active on flight radar already. Bird controller also making haste, going to the south end of the runway. Now that 747 is taxiing in the wrong direction. Looks like it is taxiing to the threshold of runway 24. I will try to capture its departure if it is not going from this runway. Shamrock flight 603, Airbus A320 going to Dublin. 19-year-old airplane. First flight July 2004. Here we go. Hey Belinda, goedemorgen. Shuprajit, good morning. PlayStation Gamer, goedemorgen. Hope I didn't forget anybody. Right, now we have a little bit of a break before traffic will be coming this way. Hey there Ingo, guten Morgen. A couple of Delta A330s are coming this way. 747 from National is taxiing to the threshold of runway 24. Let me quickly go behind my laptop, update the weather, and also if there are some changes in runway usage, update the ticker completely. So runway usage hasn't changed. Runway 24, 36 left still used for departures, 27 for arrivals. Now going to flight radar and update the ticker. Alright. Wind has not significantly changed. 310 degrees, 17 knots. Let me paste that into the ticker for you guys and take you guys through it. Paste. Adjust font size. And save. Right, so we are waiting. I think we'll first see the departure of National, the 747. In the meantime, here we have the weather update from 8:25 Zulu time, so that is 10:25 Central European time. So from half an hour ago, wind blowing from 310 degrees, so that is northwest, 17 knots. Wind direction is variable between 280 degrees and 340 degrees, so west northwest-ish. Visibility 9999, 10 kilometers or more. Minus SHRA means minor showers and rain. Then the clouds, few clouds at 2000 feet, of which some are towering cumulus. Scattered clouds at 2400 feet. The temperature 16 degrees Celsius, the dew point 11 degrees Celsius. That is 62 degrees Fahrenheit approximately. The QNH is the air pressure, 1015 hectopascals, and it is becoming no significant weather. Means that the showers are also going away and will not return. Now, in the meantime, looking at flight radar, we can see that there's a 747 taking off from National, and I am keen to show you guys National Airlines. Zooming out a little bit, preparing. Not sure where it will become visible. There it is. So there we go, Boeing 747-400 from National Airlines, flight 8531. Going to, and I will probably mispronounce that, Alkarj. Also no idea where that is. This 747 is 18 years old. It is a 747-400 freighter. First flight was in October 2004. Standard livery. I did see a special livery from National once. Also made a thumbnail of that. A thumbnail of it for that particular stream. I think it landed on the runway now also being used for arrivals, runway 27. Only slightly audible. Now, I think there were two more 747s expected to depart before 2 p.m. Suparna and another one. Hopefully by then 24 has closed in favor of this runway. Hey there, Yorkshire Biker. Good morning, my friend. Hope all is well. Paul, if you have a blurry picture and if you are the only one, check if the resolution has not gone down. Sometimes YouTube can automatically adjust the resolution, and instead of HD goes back to 480 or what is it, 3 something or 2 something, lower resolution at least. Could be that was what is going on. I have a clear picture over here. I'm doing well, Yorkshire. Thank you for asking. Managed to keep everything dry after the rain of yesterday. Think I also worked out why the sound was a bit overdrive now and then during the previous couple of streams. This is Delta Airlines Flight 179 A330-300 going to Portland, Oregon. This airplane is 19 years old. First flight was in October 2003. You can definitely see that there's crosswind coming from the left. As soon as it leaves the ground, they immediately have to correct for it. Hey there, Rain Blues. Checking in from the United States, 1 a.m. right now, loving the stream. Thank you so much for the kind words, my friend. Hope everybody is enjoying the stream. If not, do let me know. Constructive feedback is always helpful. Hope the sound particularly is better than it was during the last couple of streams. I heard that my voiceover sometimes clipped a little bit. I think it had to do with accidentally switching up the volume of the Sennheiser shotgun mic, which feeds via XLR into the camera, and the volume of which is controlled by a turn knob, the only analog component in the whole sound chain, so to speak, and that's the only thing that could have changed. And I saw that it was a bit higher than it was before. Also a very sensitive knob. Delta Airlines Flight 161 A330-300 going to Minneapolis. Always good noise making machines, these A330s. This one is 18 years old, first flight May 2005. Ernst is standing to the right of me. In that case, he must be standing over there with the helmet on, it looked like. Or also a hoodie on. I think that is the same. Right, more A330s. This is KLM Flight 661 going to Houston, Texas. Now the wind is picking up again a little bit, moving my camera without me wanting to move it to move. So this A330-300 is 10 years old. Its first flight was in January 2013. Hopefully you guys still have functional speakers and eardrums left after this violence, this auditory violence. John says audio is 10 out of 10, excellent. Hope it's going to stay that way. So as I was saying, I accidentally... Oh, hey, what is that? 747 landing. It seems that they have changed the runway configuration and landing now takes place on runway center. Parallel landings. And there's a 747 coming. Snap. Quickly filter both inbound and outbound. Let me see what it is. Right, number 10 worldwide most tracked by 268 people, no less. Arriving from Miami, Florida, Atlas Air, flight 5422, Boeing 747-400. About to touch down after 7 hours and 32 minutes of flight. It is a 747-400 freighter. She is 24 years old. Her first flight in May 1999. So I will have to update the ticker in a minute. Parallel arrivals and departures, how cool is that? And in the meantime, taking off to London Luton, EasyJet flight 22518, A319. 14-year-old airplane, first flight December 2008. Jean-Yves, by the way, good morning, salut mon ami. Not sure if I already said hi to you. If I didn't, apologies. And Lance, I have seen the Dreamliner in the KLM 100 years livery quite a few times last couple of streams. It is still operational. The Orange Pride also back in operations again. Next airplane is a Vueling. And as it is taxiing to the runway threshold, let me once again have a look at the air traffic control website, see what the current runway usage is, at least if they have updated it already. They are always a bit behind. You see it quicker in you see it quicker in actual practice than on the official website of Air Traffic Control Netherlands. It still is saying the old. It is still indicating the old configuration. So I'll get back to that later. So this is Vueling flight 8355, A320 going to Bilbao in the north of Spain. And this airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in November 2015. So if you just tuned in, welcome. You're watching departures from Polderbaan over here at AMS Live. My name is Boy. The current wind is blowing from the northwest. That is coming from this angle. Meaning crosswind from the left for the airplanes taking off. Still quite a bit of wind, 17 knots. You can see the chimney smoke. It is almost going down instead of going up. It is nearly horizontally leaving the chimney. That's the proxy windsock. We also have an actual windsock on the other side of the runway in the foreground of the fire station that is stationed over here. The next airplane coming this way is a Lot Embraer. Now we have seen a few droplets in the morning. It is set to get drier and more sunny throughout the day and also in the upcoming week. You can see some patches of blue between the clouds. Now looking in this direction, it looks a bit more intimidating. Not sure if we are going to keep it fully dry already or if we might see a few more droplets later. We'll soon enough find out. This is an Embraer 195, not an E295 195, but a normal 195 going to Warsaw. Lot flight 266. This airplane, 13 years old, first flight January 2010. And Ghost Flyer, good morning to you too. Well, thank you. You have a great start of the new week as well. Hey Nelly, goedemorgen, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Atlas Air 747, after it has landed, now taxiing back to the cargo platform, which is on both sides of runway 0624. Also coming this way, another Delta A330, you guys can see. We might also see a Speedbird Airbus. Is that also coming this way? Let me have a look. No, that is just has just arrived from London Heathrow. We do get to see a 777, as you guys can see. That is coming this way. Let's have a quick look and see if Air Traffic Control has updated their website. Right, it has. So this is now the only runway used for departures, and landings take place on center and on 27. Interesting runway configuration. Time to quickly update the ticker in terms of runway usage. So departures, only 36 left. All 747s taking off within the next hour or so will be taking off from this runway. But yeah, it's too late for the national 747. That unfortunately still went from a different runway. Right, updated the ticker in that respect. Hey Jan Kees, goedemorgen, good morning. Hope all is well, mate. Good to see you again. So it is interesting that center is now being used for arrivals. Means we do get to see some of it, although the weather looks like is fall-like, appears to be fall-like. The trees are still very much in leaf, blocking the view somewhat, unfortunately. Also pushes in the way of seeing the actual landing. Ooh, it is pulling up already, turn and burn for the A330 by the sound of it. Delta Airlines flight 73 A330-300 going to Atlanta, Georgia. This airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in August 2007. Hey, Adibos. Good evening, mate. Hope all is well in Indonesia. Clouds appear to be a bit lower. not fully convinced that it is going to stay dry and that there are no droplets going to fall from what is coming this way. Birds over here in the foreground. Ah, already gone. And they looked like they were struggling flying against the wind. Hard to capture them. Ciao Matteo, come stai? Buon pomeriggio. Buon pomeriggio. KLM flight 591 777-300 ER going to Johannesburg, South Africa. 6 years old, first flight January 2017. Here we go. Rain droplets are falling on my camera screen, so let's see how bad it is going to get, if the umbrella is needed or not. Hey there Janus, good morning, good to see you. Buongiorno Simone. Nah, this is getting a little bit much. Let me quickly. Once again, the weather gods are not favorable to us. Let's have a look. Sto bene, Matteo, grazie. Although I wish that the weather was a bit better. Keeping in rhyme all the time. Air Serbia is going to depart next. A319 going to Belgrade. Flight 361. 15-year-old airplane. First flight September 2007. Let's have a look. Oh, plenty more coming. Ah! A350 to Taipei from China Airlines in the carbon fiber Airbus special livery, coming this way. Okay, so hopefully the rain will fall now before the A350 comes, so that I can do a bi-manual camera operation again. Also, I'm seeing firefighters patrolling, coming back from, looks like a patrol run around the main perimeter. Main platform area. Now it is looking lighter already in the distance where the weather is coming from. Don't think there's much rain falling anymore, so time to get rid of the storm umbrella. Got a nice big one that is curved so that it is resistant against 100 km/h winds, or at least that's what the claim is. Still have droplets on everything, so let me quickly take this time to wipe everything clean again before the heavy hitters are coming. There's a whole parade of airplanes now moving in this direction, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to get busy. A350, A330, small narrow bodies, they're all coming. This is now the only runway used for departure, so all outbound traffic on flight radar is coming to this runway. Oh, I'm already hearing their wheels, their tires. Here they are, the firefighters, ladies and gentlemen. And the last and final one. Not hearing any honks. Oh yeah, I was already beginning to wonder, are there no people at the spottersplaats, the regular spottersplaats? But yeah, there are people already over there. There is a truck, but no French fry thingies. Now this is the shower that passed by just now. This is what it now looks like in the direction of the wind. So looks like we have seen the worst of it already. Quick check. How is the lens looking? Oh, no droplets by the looks of it. Nice. Okay, well, in that case, excellent. Hey Remco, goedemorgen. Back from Macedonia. Had a huge delay. Arrived 1 o'clock in the morning. Ooh. Well, most important thing is that you landed safely. We can already see the pipeline. Can we also see them? Let's have a look. We should see, yeah. Oh, there it is. We can already have a preview of the A350 as it is coming back. Center runway now being used for landing, so you can see the A330 on the one side, on the far side of the runway, still going north, and the A350 over here has already gone around the northern threshold. Oh, and I see a spot of blue and orange. I think that is the PHBVA Orange Pride livery in the distance, parked over there, clearly visible. So yeah, that is the pipeline visualized. There's a training thing in the middle. Looks like a military aircraft, but it is a dummy for the firefighters to practice airplane fires on. So it wasn't from over here that you're able to see that. Okay. Stephen Chan, good morning. Fire trucks indeed. Madeira Aviation Spotting, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope all is well. Two thunder showers. That is not nice to fly through, but if you're in an airplane and you're flying around them, maybe it is nice that you can see the lightning and stuff from high up. I can imagine it might also be interesting to see, with the exception of the turbulence part. That is not so nice, of course. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 airplanes coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. Time to finish my coffee before it gets busy. Also some water. Make sure that we are ready for the slew of airplanes that are going to depart. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live with me, boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, where in a few moments a lot of airplanes are going to take off. In the foreground we see a special livery A350. And many more airplanes are following. Let's see. SAS, KLM, EasyJet, Air Europa, Air France, Delta, Sun Express, American, nice, Georgian Airways by the looks of it. So a very nice mixed bag, ladies and gentlemen. And what an airplane to start off with. Right, quick double check. Yeah, the lens is alright, okay, nice, no droplets on it. Want you guys to get the crispest view possible, of course. A whole train of airplanes. All coming. And we have front row seats, ladies and gentlemen. KSRJ, good morning, good to see you again. Hey there, Rocksteady. Ooh, first milestone for Malky. Congratulations, Malky, and thank you so much for your continued support. Wilma, goedemorgen. Weren't you there already? Did I forget to say hi? If I did, apologies. Hey there, USA Titan, USA Bear, Lion, Aviation History and Titan TV Man. Wow, that's an elaborate name, man. Hey there, WW man, checking in from Georgia. Yeah, Georgian Airways is coming. It is one of the airplanes now coming this way. Hey there, Natalie. Oh, your daughter just landed from Southampton. Whoa. Nice, nice. Darian checking in from Mexico. Ezon is checking in from Iran. Good morning or good afternoon to you all. Traffic jam indeed, young case. Hey there, Nick. Goedemorgen. Checking in from Belgium. Hope everybody is doing alright. Now, will we be seeing big birds coming, taking off from over here? Will that A330 precede and take off right in front of us? Or is it going to the runway threshold? It is going to the runway threshold, but it overtook the A350. Ladies and gentlemen, traffic jam. Let me take a high def picture. I think I might have a new channel photo. Now, I actually don't want to turn around the camera to the left, but the firefighters are also giving a little display with their water cannons. But this is much more interesting. So there is an A330 leading the pack, already going to the runway threshold. keeps getting better. It keeps getting better. Marjut, good morning, checking in from Finland. Hey, guten Morgen Karsten, schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen, alle deutsch sprechende Freunde. Wow, this is quite extraordinary. You don't get to see that every day. Right, it is time to go into action. First airplane of the day, well, not of the day, but of the pack. KLM flight 537, A330-300 going to Kigali. The sun is actually coming out. Standing in the sunshine right now. This airplane, 11 years old, first flight was in February 2012. Still that pesky crosswind from the left. If you just tuned in, welcome to the show. Departures are taking place to the north. This is the only runway used for departures right now, so all outbound traffic that you see on Flight Radar is coming over here. It's getting busy. Now it is time for a very beautiful special livery A350. Beautiful plane on its own, but the livery stands out. This is China Airlines in the carbon fiber Airbus special livery A350-900 going to Taipei. Airplane is 4 years old, first flight August 2018. China Airlines flight 74. Georgios, checking in from Kalamata, Greece, good morning. You tuned in just in time. Lighting, the sun coming out just in time. Nice contrasty backdrop of grayness and such a beautiful airplane. Now there's crosswind, as you guys can see. The camera shakes a little despite my efforts to give you guys the best footage. 18-17 knot crosswind, or wind in general, not helping. Right, now it is still busy. We have a 737 that will also go ahead probably after the next airplane has taken off. Not sure. Yeah, this one will probably go first. Oh man, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing view. All right, she is taking off. This is SAS flight 822 A320neo going to Oslo in Norway. Brand new airplane, first flight February 2023. Next up is going to be this Air Europa 737-800, flight 1098, going to Madrid, and beautifully illuminated by the sun. 737-800, 5 years old, first flight April 2018. More airplanes. We'll have another shortcutter shortly, but it looks like the next airplane will take off from the runway threshold. This is British Airways flight 2825 A320 going to London Gatwick. This airplane, 13 years old, first flight March 2010. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is still busy. Look at this. More airplanes coming. Air France up. This is number 170 going to Marseille. Air France flight 1807. 13-year-old airplane, first flight March 2010. Sun Express 737 next. Flight 845, 737-800 going to Izmir in Turkey. 8-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. Queue is still there. Next airplane is going to be Air France flight 1341, Airbus A321 going to Paris Charles de Gaulle. 22-year-old airplane, first flight March 2001. Right, next up, Delta A330, flight 47 going to New York JFK. This airplane is 7 years old. Its first flight was in May 2016. Alright, we'll have another shortcutter in the form of this CRJ. Landings also still take place on the parallel runway. Now, which one is going to go first? Almost get the impression that the CRJ is moving, but no. This one is going off, taking off first. American Airlines flight 203, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner going to Philadelphia. Brand new airplane, first flight May this year. Right. Looks like there's more traffic behind it. A couple of shortcutters. I think that is the end of the traffic jam for now. This one is going first by the looks of it. So here is Georgian Airways, going back to Tbilisi, flight 9652. Boeing 737-800, 14 years old, first flight June 2009. Has to wait a little bit for the wake turbulence of the preceding heavy to dissipate, but it's going shortly. I think it is going now. There you go. I think we will have to go back to Shortcut alley quickly. I think the CRJ will go next. Just a hunch. Indeed. SAS CRJ 900 going to Stockholm. Flight 556. Up next. This airplane 12 years old, first flight December 2010. And in the meantime I'm getting a notification . Of a PayPal donation from Peter. Thank you so much for that, Peter. Appreciate it. Now, EasyJet or EasyJet, which one will go next? We have an EasyJet waiting to go over here, but there's also an EasyJet already lined up. I think this one will go next. EasyJet flight 27803 A320neo going to Palermo, Italia. 3-year-old airplane, first flight October 2019. Looks like the next airplane. Which one is it? That is not moving. Or is it? No, it isn't. The EasyJet will go after this one, preceding the Dreamliner that is waiting after this KLM. I think. Just because the Dreamliner can take off more quickly after the EasyJet than vice versa. Seeing another big bird coming in the distance. Another triple by the looks of it. All right. It is moving. KLM flight 1855, Embraer 190, short flight going to Düsseldorf. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2015. This is EasyJet flight 27839 and A319 going to London Stansted. This airplane 14 years old, first flight October 2008. I think it was the Lifeliner that also passed by the helicopter. All right. What a nice rush hour, half hour it has been, or maybe even shorter. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. More breathing room. United flight 908, 7878 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare, 9-year-old airplane, first flight October 2013. Now, when is the next 747 due to depart? Wasn't there also one scheduled to take off around the end of the morning, or was that the one we already saw take off from 24 earlier? Right, well, definitely not as busy anymore as it was earlier. 2 more planes coming this way, lined up right now. 777 going to Houston, Texas. 777-200, United Flight 21. It's 200 ER, 24 years old, first flight September 1998. We have a millennial at our hands. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen. Is it still morning? Yeah, still morning, 10 minutes. Right, well, as the next airplane is a narrow body and has to wait for the wake turbulence to dissipate, let me show you guys over here the water, the canal, the mood, the mode, whatever you would want to call it. It is devoid of birds. We did see 2 groups earlier, but those were the only birds thus far, have been the only 2 birds thus far. Wind still very much blowing from the northwest. Does look like a bit more vertical movement in the smoke, not purely horizontal anymore, so maybe the wind has died down a little bit. The windsock also just a little bit less erect than it was earlier, but still significant wind. Here we have Speedbird Flight 8452, British Airways, flown by BA Cityflyer or operated by BA Cityflyer, Embraer 190, going to London City. 11-year-old airplane, first flight July 2012. Hey there Andrew, good morning. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning too. Was a little bit busy, did not have a lot of time to look at the chat just now. Sorry for that. I had to make sure you guys were going to see the airplanes take off properly. It was a nice little bonus I did not foresee. Such a big bout of airplanes taking off one after the other. Also nice variation in airplane types, but we did miss a queen. I think there are 2 more scheduled to depart before 2 o'clock, or at least if they don't get delayed. Would be nice if we were to see 1 or 2 of them. Embraer 195 SAS Flight 552 going to Copenhagen. 16-year-old airplane, first flight January 2007. What is going on over there? Airplane just flew over me. Landing airplane from Vancouver to Amsterdam. What is it doing? It should be descending, so it should become visible. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Interesting course. Just passed over me just now. A route you don't see very often. K1 in the V-dub. Oh, and it now looks like runway 24 is being used for departures again. That looks like a Singapore Airlines A350 taking off. So have they changed the runway usage again? Undoubtedly. Let me have a look and see what the configuration now is. Hey Rick, goeiemorgen. Just still a few minutes before it is turning afternoon over here. Current runway usage. Okay, so once again, this runway together with runway 24 being used for departures, runway 27 the only runway for arrivals. So this no longer the only runway for departures, together with runway 24 and 36 center no longer being used for arrivals. While I'm at it, let me also quickly update the METAR, the weather in the ticker. I do see more traffic coming this way. Delta Airlines to Boston. Right, so the wind has not changed significantly. It is still 18 knots. Now it is from 300 degrees, so that is more or less the same. Copy, paste, update the font size and paste. There we go. Okay, so now appearing in the ticker is the latest weather information. From 9:25 Zulu time, that is 11:25 Central European time. Wind is still blowing with 18 knots from 300 degrees. Visibility 10 kilometers or more. That means that is the 9999. Minus SHRA means minor showers and rain. Then the clouds, few clouds, 2,000 feet, towering cumulus. Scattered clouds, 2,400 feet, broken clouds 4,500 feet, air temperature 16 degrees Celsius or roughly 16 degrees Celsius, roughly 62 degrees Fahrenheit, dew point 11 degrees Celsius, air pressure still 1,015 hectopascals, and it is becoming non-significant weather, or no significant weather I should say, meaning we shouldn't see any rain anymore if all is well. Now, of course, that's always something that remains to be seen. Jalissa asks if I'm Dutch. I am indeed. If you hadn't picked up on my Dutch accent yet. Right, now. Bird controller with the door of its vehicle open. Not exactly sure what is going on there. Last time I zoomed in on there was at the Kaagbaan. Last time I zoomed in on a bird control vehicle with the door open. The guy was taking a piss. Now I'm not seeing anyone doing that right now. We should be seeing more traffic coming this way in a minute. I think that is an A330 coming over here. And that 737 might also be coming over here. So let's see. 737 from KLM going to London Heathrow coming this way. A330 from Delta going to Boston coming this way. KLM 777 going to Toronto. Always have to double check YYZ. I thought it was Toronto, but indeed it is. Coming this way. Are we going to see any 747s anytime soon? Is what I'm wondering. Indeed, mid-KS, it is something of a dream job. If you don't mind working nights and or weekends. Definitely nice being in the vicinity of airplanes. Is that Russell Crowe? Where are his bros then? Not seeing his bros anywhere. No ducks in the water, but we do see some birds over here. Is it injured, or is that a normal way of walking? I am definitely looking to go out again on Friday, Jalissa. Thursday as well. Oh, the Netherlands is under attack. Oh wait, no, it is the first Monday of the month and it is 12 o'clock. These are the air alarms being tested out loud on the first Monday of the month at 12 o'clock. You can hear several sirens from different locations, not all going exactly simultaneously, so sounds a little repetitive. Okay, well, happy to read that several of you are confirming that it is a normal walk for the crow or whatever it is. Looks like this airplane is coming over here. Boeing 737-800 going to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1009. 12-year-old airplane, first flight November 2010. Rolling start by the sound of it. Turn and burn. Here we go. And Jalissa, I don't know yet what time I will be going out for streaming on Friday. Probably in the morning, if the weather is good enough. Around the same time as today. Normally a little bit earlier. I think from Thursday onward we should get better weather, warmer temperatures, above 20 degrees again. Hell, I might even have to put on sunscreen again before going out later in the week. Who would have thought? I'm now standing here with my long socks on, with my hoodie on, with the hoodie of my hoodie over my cap so that the wind doesn't blow in my neck from behind. Jeans on. Just a few degrees shy of needing the hand warmer to keep the hands from stiffening up. Hey there, Roadhog, good afternoon, mate. If you just tuned in, you missed one hell of a rush hour half an hour ago. We had like 10 plus airplanes coming this way. The pack being led by a beautiful A350, special livery. It was amazing. This is Delta Airlines Flight 259 A330-300 going to Boston, Massachusetts. 8-year-old airplane, first flight April 2015. Feeling a slight drizzle. Hopefully no droplets will come onto the camera lens. Really had hoped that it would be a stream without any precipitation this morning, but turns out that it is more stubborn than it looked like originally. So this is where the wind is coming from. This is what is coming my way right now. Doesn't look too intimidating, but it's also not completely devoid of precipitation threat. I think there are some droplets on the lens already. Right, well, once it has passed, I will wipe the lens clean again. Don't think it is too obtrusive right now. This is KLM flight 691 777-200 going to Toronto, Canada. It is a 200 ER, 17 years old, first flight April 2006. Hey Afrodite, goedemiddag. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. You can see that the view is obstructed just a little bit. I think that is mild precipitation blocking the view a little bit. Further out it does look bright again, looking at the horizon. So it shouldn't be too much for too long. Next up is another E2 Embraer 195. This one is going to Billund, flight KLM flight 1345. Tim has to go. Thank you for joining, Tim. Enjoy the rest of your day. Sure hope it is going to keep it dry over here. Thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. And talk to you soon, mate. Hey there, Rod, checking in from SoCal. Good afternoon, man. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. This is KLM flight 1345 going to Billund, E2 Embraer 195, 1-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. I think it is wise to get the umbrella out once again. Even though it is only for a few minutes. Right, one-handed camera operation once again. Finnair A321 going to Helsinki, flight 1302. 6-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. By the sound of it, the rain has stopped falling again. Right. If that was the last of it, I can also wipe the lens again. And hey there, Nicholas, who is tuning in from South Africa. Welcome to the show, my friend. Hope you're enjoying, hope everybody is. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are a lot of people present today and a lot of them are knowledgeable and all of them are friendly. Right. Let's do a careful wipe of the lens. Get all those minor droplets off. There we go. Everything should be crisp and bright again. Right, now, once again we are in a little lull, have to wait for the next airplanes to come. Do see that there's an A330neo from Delta to New York JFK underway, and also a 767-400 from United. I think that might be the A330. Bird control vehicle. That's a different bird control vehicle. Looks like a Raptor Ranger, not a VW. Oh, we haven't seen the last of the rain droplets yet, so if I keep the camera pointed in this direction, it should be safe. (767-400) to Washington, also coming this way. And that is so nice. What Fernandino is saying about being an ADOM in 1990. Welcome to one and all. Ying Cathay Spotter, good morning to you too. Almost forgot to say hi. If I forgot anybody, I'm sorry for that. Right, so there is the next airplane. A330. Now, is that 767-400 already on the move, or is it standing still? Not sure. what is flight radar saying? It is moving with 13 knots, so it is taxiing this way, although it is taking its sweet time. Oh, more droplets. Doesn't look too serious. Since I have it lying around, might as well get the umbrella out. Keep from getting too wet. Right, Delta A330 Neo coming this way. United 767-400 coming this way. Embraer 175 looking to be on its way over here. Now, let me zoom out a bit. Was that E2 Embraer to Bordeaux? That has taken off from 24 then, hasn't it? Oh yeah. I was about to say, it doesn't look like a lot of airplanes are taking off from 24 anymore. Begs the question, have they closed it once again? That would be nice. Okay, so I think the rain has stopped again. Let me put away the umbrella. Makes camera operation a bit more easy. Oh, hey, Ina. Didn't see you there. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Probably missed a lot of your messages when it was so busy not too long ago. Quickly wipe off my phone and the camera screen so no droplets are interfering. Yeah, you guys do a no rain dance for me, Mrs. Professor. That is a very good suggestion. I applaud your initiative. Adri says you can it's better for you to spot airplanes here in Alicante where it is 28 degrees. Are you trying to make me jealous? Yeah, I'm doing fine too, Ina. Thank you for asking. Bit chilly here, I have to say. This is not... It doesn't feel very Augusty right now. But other than that, I'm doing well. We had a great stream so far already. This is Delta Airlines, flight 49, A330 Neo, going to New York JFK, 4-year-old airplane, first flight May 2019. Now once again it does look a little bit more open in the direction of the wind. The wind is blowing from the northwest. This is where the wind is coming from. Crosswind from the left for the airplanes taking off. They take off from south to north. It is said, it was said that it was supposed to get better and more sunny during the day. I think this is the part of the Netherlands that is still covered in clouds. Other Dutchies already reporting from different locations in the Netherlands that the sun was out more than it is or has been over here thus far. It is said to get better later in the week. We do have some patches of blue again here and there, and we also, granted, we did also have a few moments of sunshine, particularly during the rush hour, providing some awesome lighting, but it has to get a little better. It's not very typical August yet. Embraer 175 going to Gothenburg, flight 1157. She is 6 years old, first flight January 2017. Climbing nicely. And in the meantime, that 767-400 is also getting closer by, so let's have a look at that. It's now turning, or has turned left and is taxiing to the runway threshold. You can see it is a 767, but it is a bit more stretched there if you compare it with the 300s that we are seeing more regularly. United Airlines Flight 947, it is going to Washington Dulles International. 767-400, 21 years old, first flight December 2001. Hey there Tina, good afternoon. Happy Monday to you too, hope all is well. And Amelie is saying almost clear skies in Brabant. And Thomas was saying sun in Utrecht. So yeah, this is the shitty bit of the Netherlands. Oh, Helene also still not in the sun. My partner in crime, also clouds and rain. And the rush hour was indeed amazing, Guy. You're absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree. Here she goes. Oh, more droplets. When will it end? Well, I'm already happy enough that it isn't so substantial as it was yesterday. I heard that on the weather report yesterday that the meteorologists were also a bit surprised by the amount of rain that fell in the end. It was more than they predicted, particularly in Amsterdam, not far from over here they did have some issues with water management. Now the waiting game has begun once again. I think it is the calm before the storm. Right now a few airplanes are lining up to take off from runway 24, so that is still very much in use, unfortunately for us. Let's see. Also not seeing any movement right now. Hey Tony, goedemiddag. And indeed, Night Rider bus driver mentioning how 767-400s are rare, not only on that side of the pond, but they are rare, period. Just a few built, still all in service. I didn't know that, that's nice. But only 38. Now what's curious is that they don't seem to rotate that airplane. It seems to be flying back and forth. It seems to have been flying back and forth between Washington and Amsterdam for a couple of months now. Because as rare as it is, we have seen it quite regularly here on the stream. Looks like there is an Embraer 175 on its way over here, going to Cork, and it is moving away from the other runway. Now, again, the situation here in the water is still very much the same, i.e. no birds to be seen. Yeah, there are birds flying here and there over the water, not sure what they are. They keep moving quickly, making it hard for me to focus in on them. In the water, the situation is basically status quo. Yesterday we did see a couple, and of course we did see two grebes earlier. Okay, once again a few droplets are falling. Let me turn the camera away from the direction of the wind so that at least the lens will stay dry. Has it stayed dry, by the way? There is one droplet on the side. Okay, well, first the rain has to stop again before wiping is any use, is useful. Hey Arnoud, goedemiddag, good afternoon. No birds, no airplanes indeed, but the airplanes are coming. That is always a matter of having a bit of patience. A350 to Hong Kong is on the move. 777 from Garuda Indonesia also on the move to Jakarta. I really hope that they send those over here, but the A350 already looks like it is moving in the direction of runway 24. Is it still open, this runway? Or have they closed it in the meantime? That would be a real bummer. Now air traffic control is always a bit behind, but at the moment, still open. 24, 36 left, and 27 for arrivals. So that is basically what is still also in the ticker. Yeah, Embraer 175 to Cork is now getting closer by. It is visible in the distance. Jean-Yves, have a nice day. See you soon, buddy. Thanks for joining once again. Yeah, and the 777 from Garuda is also taxiing away from us. That is so unfortunate. Was there also... I could have sworn that this morning I saw that before 2 p.m. there were, I think, 3 747s in total taking off. Not seeing any action in that respect on the platform by the looks of it. A320neo to Luton also looks like it's coming this way. No. Real bummer that the A350 and the Garuda triple are going to the other runway. Then again, we got spoiled with all the airplanes coming this way and we had 10 in a row coming. Gotta take the bitter with the sweet, right? Hey Fred, good evening. Watching the Women's World Cup between Australia and Denmark. Okay. I think the Dutch ladies have managed to get into the quarterfinals. But I'm not a football fan in general. Neither men's or women's do I follow intensively. So the only thing I know about football in general is what I pick up on the news if ever it makes the news. Right. The Garuda triple is getting closer to the threshold of 2.4. I will try to show you guys those two airplanes once they do take off. This is what we can see from over here from landing airplanes on runway 27. So they do land in a direction perpendicular to the runway heading. But the runway is a little to the right, so that is why it looks like they are moving to the right. So yeah, if an interesting airplane arrives, do let me know. I'm not able to follow everything on flight radar. I only have a small postage stamp size bit of screen real estate. So I have to prioritize. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1085 going to Cork. 6-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Now, hey, I was mentioning how the water was empty just now, but it seems that the first coot of the day has shown itself. It does look like it is a solitary coot. I'm not seeing any friends in the vicinity. I think that is ITA Airways. I think next will be the 777, or will it? Is there another airplane preceding it? I don't think there is. So the next airplane coming over here is in the distance. It is an A320neo, if I'm not mistaken. Now, zooming out a little bit to see if I can show you the Garuda Indonesia departure that will take place from runway 24 in a minute. seems to be all on its own. Well, not sure why, at least on flight radar it looks like the Garuda Indonesia is holding short. Not seeing any other airplanes preceding it, so not sure what's going on over there. Right, so this one is going to the runway threshold, that much we can say. What is that? That is probably inbound traffic. Okay, so Garuda Indonesia has now lined up on the threshold. Taking off from runway 24, 777-300ER. Going to Jakarta, 8 years old, first flight August 2014. Should become visible in a moment. Now, the timing is unfortunate. This is EasyJet flight 22516 going to London Luton, A320 Neo, 4 years old, first flight December 2018. Would you look at that? A little bit more open cloud type. Can even see some blue here and there. First time since the stream began that we are seeing a bit better weather approaching. This is the openest we've seen the weather in a while now. So that is good news, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like the sun is going to come out over here a little bit. In the meantime, need to go back to manual focus and focus on infinity. And there is the A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific. Also taking off from runway 24, unfortunately. Right, this is the action going on over here. Embraer 175, KLM flight 1475 going to Glasgow. 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2018. And Thomas informing us about the arrival of the A380 around 1:15. Well, it is going to land on runway 27. I can say with near certainty. So that means that we are not going to see a whole lot of it. Let me see if I can show you a little bit of what you can expect. It's not much. You can barely make out that it is an A380 and that's it, unfortunately. Hey AV, good afternoon. And thank you Jamie X for a nice super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Quickly back to the camera, we have an Embraer 190 taking off from the runway threshold, KLM flight 1187. Embraer 190 going to Bergen. This airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in April 2009. A little bit wobbly as it took off. Still very much crosswind from the left. So there is wind blowing from the northwest. These airplanes are taking off to the north. Crosswind from the left. But look at this. It's the openest weather type we have seen since the stream has begun airing. And in fact, I am actually standing in the sunshine right now. Nice and warm. Could do with a little warmth. Was getting a little bit cold with the rain and the wind. This is much better. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1333, but it is flown by German Airways. It is a lease rental. Aphrodite informing us that there's a 777 coming this way. Very nice. Thank you for letting me know. Good to know that big birds are also finding their way back to us. This airplane is going to Aalborg. It is 15 years old. Its first flight was in January of the year 2008. Moment of no wind, and you can follow the airplanes so much smoother than when it is gusting and the wind is constantly pulling and pushing on the camera. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, members of AMS Live, the latest emoji playtime. Now's the time to use it. Here it is. We had to wait for it. There she is. Play flight 461 A320neo going back to Reykjavik. Brand new airplane. First flight of this airplane was in March 2023. Unfortunately, not an up-close headshot. We have had that before. I also made a thumbnail of that particular stream out of it. Hey Barbs, you're also there. Hadn't seen you. Apologies if you said hi earlier and I forgot to say hi back to you. Here she is. Play flight 461, A320neo. Going back to Reykjavik. Here we go. Airplane still struggling a bit with the crosswind as it takes off. We've seen a lot of airplanes starting banking right away as soon as the wheels have left the ground. You can probably pick up the wind on the microphone as well from this angle. As it moves north and climbs, it will make a left-hand turn, go to the North Sea as soon as it reaches the North Sea Canal that is connecting the North Sea and the inland lake of Markermeer. Eventually also going through the city of Amsterdam, where it is called IJ. Let's have a look at our next airplane. It is a 777. China Eastern Airlines flight 772. It is a 777-300ER going to Shanghai. 8-year-old airplane. First flight of this airplane was July 2015. Let me see if I can also update the ticker with the latest weather in the meantime. Going to flight radar, also having a look at the runway usage, just to make sure that it is current. Looks like big airplanes are coming this way once again. That is interesting. There are also still airplanes lined up for 24, so it is still in operation by the looks of it. Yeah, and the air traffic control website is confirming that. So 24 and 36 left are still being used for departures, 27 still used for arrivals, so that has not changed. I will update the weather. I have pasted it, update the font size and save, so we are going to see the newest weather report in the ticker right now. AHAM being the abbreviation for Schiphol, AMS and EHAM are the two international airport codes for Schiphol Airport. It is the 7th today and the report is from 10:25 Zulu time. Zulu time is Greenwich Mean Time and that is 12:25. Now the local time you can see in the bottom left in the ticker. So this is a report from 20 minutes ago. The wind is 17 knots from 300 degrees, so still from the northwest. The wind direction is variable between 280 degrees, so that's basically west, and 340 degrees, almost north. Minor rain, that's the minus RA. 9999 in front of it, almost forgot, means visibility is 10 kilometers or more. Then the clouds, few clouds at 1,600 feet, scattered clouds at 2,200 feet, broken clouds at 4,500 feet. The air temperature is 15 degrees Celsius, 1 degree lower than earlier. So that is approximately 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The dew point is 12 degrees Celsius. Let me also start turning the camera to the 777. QNH 1016 hectopascals, that's the air pressure, and it is becoming no significant weather, but that has been the case for a while now. Seems that now it is the first time that it actually is becoming reality. No significant weather, no rain, no visibility issues. This is China Eastern Airlines 777 going to Shanghai. And this is an 8-year-old airplane, even though it looks quite new. First flight was in July 2015. Indeed, Jeffrey, this was a loud one. Absolutely. Lean Official asks if I'm going to be live tomorrow. Well, unfortunately, I'm not able to do this full time yet. I do have a day job still. That is on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. So after today, the first day I will be able to go out again will be on Thursday, unfortunately. Lined up at the threshold, British Airways flight 431 A320 going to London Heathrow. It is a 21-year-old airplane. Its first flight in December of the year 2001. I'm also having a look to see if I can show you what you can see of airplanes landing on runway 27. It's really not a lot. Now, this is not a big airplane, so an A380 is a bit bigger, but this is still not, it's not a lot of detail that you can see from the A380 when it is coming. Despite having a very decent zoom on my Canon XA40, we are just a bit too far away to see things properly from over here. Mind you, if the A380 is approaching and assuming it is going to land on runway 27, I will try to show it to you, but don't expect too much of it. I'm just saying. Right, 777 time. KLM flight 677 going to Calgary, Canada. 777-200 ER, 18 years old. First flight September 2004. Oh my, the sun's coming out, ladies and gentlemen. I heard rumors of this thing called the sun, and that it is supposedly nice and warm and bright. I thought it was just a mythical thing. Turns out it might actually be a real thing. How about that? Yeah, and it still looks nice over here. This is the direction. This is looking to the northwest. This is where the wind is coming from. This is looking to the north. This is looking to the northeast. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the southeast. This is more land inward, so the better weather still has to move more land inward. This is looking to the south. And finally, this is the southwest. Again, a momentary lull in the traffic coming this way. I can see an E2 Embraer 195 has just taken off to Munich from runway 24, so unfortunately it is still operational. I mean, good on them, but obviously we as spotters prefer it when everything is coming to one runway, namely this one. Looking at flight radar, you can see that more planes are coming this way. Actually, it's just a matter of time. Is that one of the first next airplanes? I think it might be. Delta A330 coming this way, followed by an Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf, and further down is a Dreamliner going to Chicago, also coming this way. Aero Mexico also looks like it is on the move, but no, that is outbound. Okay. If it is moving, it will be coming this way. I can also see a TUI Dreamliner to Curaçao getting pushed back. Will also be coming this way. Hey, Euro Aviation TV. Good afternoon, mate. Hope all is well. So, several big planes are on the move. 777 from TUI going to Aruba also being pushed back. So I think we are going to see a new wave of big planes leaving from this runway. Whether or not 24 stays open or not. Let me take a sip of water. Do a bit of hydration. I think the first airplane is that A330 over there. In its wake is the Embraer 190 to Dublin. Doing well, warming up a little bit now that the sun is out. Had to get my umbrella out twice because of last remnants of rain. Which, as you can see, the wind is blowing away from the way the camera is pointed right now. Still not too far away, but it looks a lot better now. This is where the wind is coming from. We should be good for now, and the rest of the week we are going to see temperatures of 20+ degrees. Not sure if I remember last time we've had that, but we're supposedly getting more calendar confirmed weather over here as well. Also, a lot of airplanes are coming this way again. Not as densely packed as before. Using an umbrella against the sun is also a good idea. I'd much rather use my umbrella to guard against the sun as well, instead of using it to shield me against the rain. Now the wind is still blowing from the same direction, has been around 17 or 18 knots all the time. You can still see the chimney smoke more or less leaving the chimney horizontally, or vapor, condensation, whatever it is. The windsock not as erect as in the early morning, but still not hanging relaxed. So these are the next two airplanes. Looking forward to see if the Embraer is going to skip ahead and approach directly in front of us. That is very likely, so that it doesn't have to wait for the wake turbulence of the A330 to dissipate. We're also seeing the Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner to Chicago coming this way. Now I'm not seeing any airplanes take off from runway 24 anymore. There I have a look at the LVNL website. How awesome would it be if everything would be coming this way again? Well, LVNL still... Oh wait, that is old news. Why is it not showing the current? Huh? Interesting. Okay, well, whatever. For some reason it said 12 o'clock, but I think if I update it to show the actual... Yes, and we do get to see the Embraer skip ahead. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, big birds are coming again. Quite a few big ones coming this way. Going around the threshold of the center runway. So I'm thinking, will they be using the center runway again for landing, as they have done before this morning? That was a good time, because that was also the time that this was the only runway in use for departures. We'll see soon enough. This is KLM flight 935. It is an Embraer 190 going to Dublin, doing a turn and burn rolling start. This airplane is 13 years old. Its first flight March 2010. Now, despite the sun being out, the wind is still relentlessly blowing, particularly when pointing the camera in this direction. The surface area of the mic and the camera is quite large, and the wind can sometimes push it to the right if I let go of the camera. Need to fortify the camera, make it more weighty so that it is more inert. This is Delta Airlines flight 163, Airbus A330-300 going to Minneapolis. It's a 16-year-old airplane, first flight July 2007. Hey, Alvin. Good day, mate. What's going on, mate? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Man, you missed a enormously fast-paced rush hour earlier this morning. It was like we saw like 10 airplanes come in a row, all going around the northern threshold of the center runway, so you could see them coming, moving to the north, back to the south, and then this way. something similar to what you can see right now, but more dense. It was a sight to behold. I will definitely timestamp the beginning of that period. It was really amazing. It also began with an A350 in a very beautiful special livery. The sun was coming out. It all fell together. This is KLM flight 611, 787-10 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. 3-year-old Dreamliner. December 2019 was when its first flight was. If you come back to the stream later, Alvin, I will have timestamped the beginning of the rush hour. It began with the A350, what was it again? China Eastern or something? It was in the Airbus carbon fiber look special livery. I do see air traffic now landing on center, or at least on final for center. In fact, you can see the glide slope because the next airplane is also visible. So if the A380 is landing on the center runway, that will improve the quality of the image we can see of it dramatically. Hoping that that is going to be the case. This is TUI flight 377, 7878 Dreamliner going to Willemstad, Curaçao. The sea in the ABC Islands, part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Aruba, Bonaire and Curaçao, lying off the coast of Venezuela in the Caribbean. This airplane is 8 years old, first flight November 2014. Aldo asks which weather forecast website I am actually using. Well, I use websites and apps. This is the website of the Dutch Meteorology Office. And this is the most frequently used weather radar. They also have an app, and this is the name of a alternative app that also shows the weather radar in the Netherlands. I sometimes think it is more accurate than the first one. The first one also has an app. But I do also sometimes look at the extrapolations of the weather radar of the UK Met Office. If weather is coming from the United Kingdom, they also have a very nice precipitation map that can extrapolate for the next days in 15-minute increments. This, by the way, another Dreamliner from TUI, flight 381, 7878 Dreamliner going to Oranjestad in Aruba, the A of the ABC Islands. 9-year-old airplane, first flight May 2014. Now, the A380, where is it, ladies and gentlemen? Haven't had the time to check. Lance, if you're still here, here it is. The Dreamliner in the KLM 100 years special livery. So this is KLM flight 565, 787-10 Dreamliner, destination Nairobi. Thanks for the update, Helene. A380 above Lelystad. So if it is going to land on 36 center, we should be able to see it quite well, at least orders of magnitude better than when it is going to runway 27. Now a special livery from Transavia, the Sunweb special livery. Sunweb is a travel agency in the Netherlands, just like TUI is. Although Sunweb does not operate its own air fleet such like TUI does. Transavia flight 1223 going to Zakynthos in Greece, 737-800, 7 years old, first flight February 2016. Marijn is informing us that the A380 can expect ILS runway 27, so that is bad news. Means we will not be able to see it very up close. If you look on flight radar, you can see a shitload of airplanes now moving parallel to the center runway, going up and then going down again. It has to go. They all have to go around the threshold. They will not cross the runway because it is used for landings right now. So that is the pipeline for this runway, ladies and gentlemen. You can quite easily see it on flight radar. And Mo asks what those red containers are. That's a very good question. I don't know for sure. Some people say it has to do with the ILS system. I'm not sure if it does. But it's definitely something airport related. Is that a normal? What's wrong with its neck? Is that normal? Is it the young one? It sounds a bit sad. KLM flight 1145, E2 Embraer 195 going to Oslo. A 1-year-old airplane, first flight October 2021. Holy cow, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, can you see it? An enormous murmuration of birds. Can you guys see on the camera? Hope you guys can. That was a big ass murmuration of birds. German Airways, Embraer 190. Flying for KLM, flight 1873, Embraer 190 going to Stuttgart. This airplane is 16 years old, first flight was in January 2007. Bird control coming in, Ford Ranger Raptor or Raptor Ranger. bigger parts of blue sky. Not seeing any contrails. I am looking around to see if we might see something interesting pass over, but thus far haven't seen any. This is KLM flight 1233 going to Paris Charles de Gaulle. 737-800. This airplane is 23 years old. First flight was in April 2000. Thanks for the update there, mid-KS. Young seagull looking for mama. All right. Traffic coming this way. Let me have a quick look on the LVNL website and also the latest weather from flight radar. Okay, so 27 and center used for arrivals. This is once again the only runway used for departure, so that is good news. And Helene was saying that the A380 is near Amstelveen, so let me show you the A380. I think I can see it already. This is what you can see from over here. It's not a lot. You can see a quad engine, but it really isn't a lot to write home about, unfortunately. It is number 8 worldwide most tracked. Emirates flight 147, the daily A380-800 arriving from Dubai. It is on the way now for 6 hours and 21 minutes. 8 years old, and the first flight of this airplane was in March 2015. Regular livery, old standard livery, not yet the new tail, which for members is one of the emojis. Now, the trees being in leaf this time of year also isn't helping. And this is where what we can see is ending. As you guys can see, well, maybe we can capture a glimpse over here. That would be nice. Not expecting to see anything, but we're still waiting for the next departure, so we do have a little time to see if maybe we can see something appear from that hole in the tree line. I'm starting to think that we won't, but don't think we are going to see more of it. In the meantime, Air Canada is taxiing to the runway threshold. More is coming this way. Gives me some time to thank Alvin first of all for his generous super sticker. Video game controller jumps up and down excitedly. Thank you so much for that, my friend. And let me also quickly go to flight radar and update the ticker with the latest weather, the METAR. Alrighty. The wind speed has shifted more westerly to 290 degrees. Down 1 knot to 16 knots. I'm copy pasting it into the ticker as we speak. Update the font size, and there we go. Save. Should be coming visible right now. Not as busy a traffic jam as we saw before, but still some nice action. It might get as busy as the first time. This is Air Canada Flight 809, Boeing 777-200 long range, 15 years old, first flight January 2008, going to Toronto, Canada. And hey Amelie, welcome back. Your timing is perfect. I do believe we might get another rush hour, as this is once again the only runway being used for departures. So everything, if you filter AMS outbound on flight radar, everything you see moving is coming this way. Now we already are seeing a little traffic jam. We have an airplane lined up, and this is the queue forming behind it. More is coming once again. Not sure what that Emirates is doing, if it is outbound or inbound, but we are going to see a few more back-to-back departures right now. Now obviously the Transavia will have to wait a little bit for the wake turbulence to dissipate. This is Transavia flight 6147. Boeing 737-800 going to Alicante in a minute. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight April 2007. In the meantime, we are also seeing one 737 that might be going ahead after this departure, or maybe after the next one. Okay, this one is going. Now, interesting. Do see some lights on, but also the next airplane already lined up. That one is probably going to go first then. Yes. KLM flight 949. Embraer 175 going to Belfast. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. All the while I am standing here in the sunshine. How about that? Nice and comfortable. This is where the wind is coming from, ladies and gentlemen. The wind is blowing from the north northwest. The airplanes are taking off to the north, so there's a bit of crosswind. Hell, we can even see two airplanes, the preceding one and, well, no time to waste. The next airplane is taking off, KLM flight 1037, Boeing 737-800, going to Malaga. Four-year-old airplane. First flight March 2019. The Tarom is next. Tarom flight 63362 going to Bucharest. Boeing 737-800. 6 years old. First flight May 2017. Waarom Tarom? Dutchies will understand the joke Gerrit just made. Right, still busy over here. The airplanes keep coming. We have another Dreamliner that has just arrived on the scene. We have another Embraer over here. We have a triple from Emirates, EasyJet, and on the runway threshold an Embraer 190 from KLM. Flight 1425 going to Birmingham. 9-year-old airplane, first flight December 2013. Thought for a moment that I heard the Embraer on the move, but it still looks to be stationary. Hey Peppi, servus, schön, dass du auch dabei bist. Wie geht's? EasyJet flight 27817 going to Olbia A319, 17 years old airplane. First flight June 2006. Right, so now probably it is on the move. Yeah. Because there is a 777 from Emirates lined up already at the threshold, so to make sure it doesn't have to wait for wake turbulence, this Embraer 190 will go first. KLM flight 1653 going to Venice in Italia. This airplane is 9 years old, its first flight in November 2013. Right. The next airplane, Emirates Sky Cargo Flight 9916, going back to Dubai. It is a 777 freighter, 10 years old. First flight November 2012. But what is going on here? Is it just parking, or will it set off some fireworks first? No, just parking. I thought we had front row seats, but the bird controller has prime front row seats. Alrighty. Hey there, Caribbean Airplanes plane lover. Thank you so much for your kind words. Photo ball moment from K3. Get the F out. You're blocking the view. KLM flight 667 7879 Dreamliner on its way to Austin, Texas. This airplane is 5 years old. Its first flight was in January 2018. Well, it's true, isn't it, Alvin? I mean, of all the places where you can park your stupid vehicle, why block our view? Right, well, looks like the queue has dissolved, but I don't think we've seen the last of outbound traffic. I think the second round is gathering in the distance, giving us a little breathing room after this departure. Obviously the wake turbulence has to dissipate a little bit. This is Transavia flight 6119, Boeing 737-800, going to Malaga. She's 8 years old, her first flight March 2015. Oh, Rwanda has to go. If you're still around, Rwanda, thanks for joining. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. So there you go. We have switched from dull, grey, rainy weather to a significant portion of the sky being blue right now. Now, this is looking to the west, this is looking to the southwest. The sun at the moment hiding behind one of the friendly clouds that are visible over here. Looking between the gaps of the clouds to see if I can spot any contrails. The answer is still no. That is a bit unfortunate. But at least we are getting treated nicely with more inbound, or at least traffic coming over here, inbound over here to go out. Incoming outbound traffic. I think that's the right way to say it. Hey there, Peter, PDK, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Stranger, also here to mark my attendance. Your attendance has been duly noted. Thank you for saying hi. Hope everybody is doing well. Nice. Little bit of wind picking up. So time for me to put on the hoodie again so that my neck does not get too cold. More airplanes are coming in the background. There we go. Polderbaan at the moment the only runway in use for departures. And there is some departure still taking place. Also airplanes going around the runway, the center runway. This Transavia is still on the east side of the runway, moving north so that it can go cross or move past the northern threshold, and then it will go back south again. So you can basically follow the airplanes insofar as you can see them in between the bushes and so on. You can also see them coming back when they do. Let's have a look and see what this Pegasus going to the runway threshold. Okay, now the Dreamliner will obviously go to the runway threshold. Still waiting to see a 747. We haven't seen any 747s take off from our runway, so to speak. Looking at flight radar, I can see a ton of airplanes, but I'm not seeing any that are 747. That is a bit of a bummer. Then again, can't have them all. Having seen rush hours such as today is also something you don't see every day, so definitely an awesome stream regardless. Turkish/Anadolu jet also going to the runway threshold. Will Corendon do the same? It will. Not seeing any movement along the center runway, so let's go back to the threshold. The first airplane to take off, lined up. Let's see, that is Pegasus flight 1252 A321neo going to Istanbul. 3-year-old airplane, first flight September 2019. Time to turn around the camera. Another airplane to LAX about to take off. KLM flight 603, another 787-10 Dreamliner. As I said, going to LAX. Brand new airplane. First flight May this year, so brand spanking new. More big hitters coming this way. Little queue. Narrow body following a wide body, so has to wait for the wake turbulence first. Anadolu Jet, operated by Smart Links Malta. I think Anadolu Jet is a subsidiary of Turkish. THY52EW is its flight number? No, that is TK7769. Anyway, it's going to Istanbul A320. 21 years old already. First flight February 2002. Thought for a moment I saw one of those hawks or whatever they are hovering, but it was already away again. Emma you're absolutely right, there is a bit of crosswind, definitely. The wind is blowing from the northwest and these airplanes are taking off from the south to the north, so there's crosswind from the left. Wind has been 16 to 17 knots throughout. Here you can see it visualized. This is Corendon Airlines flight 142. Boeing 737-800. Going to Antalya in Turkey. The airplane 6 years old. first flight April 2017. You can definitely see how they need to correct for the crosswind to keep climbing in the runway heading. Now, next up, Transavia flight 5317 going to Corfu, 737-800, 5-year-old airplane, first flight April 2018. Now I saw that Marjoud was just becoming a member. Thank you so much, Marjoud, and thank you. No, thank you, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Quickly back to the camera. This is KLM flight 757, but of course it is not a Boeing 757 but a 787-10 Dreamliner going to Panama City, this one. This airplane is 3 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January 2020. This is going to get loud probably. A330-200 KLM flight 459 going to Kuwait City, 16 years old. First flight November 2006. Verdi Cornelius, thank you so much for your kind words and welcome to the channel. Other people who might be first-time viewers, welcome as well. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Also, should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Friendly folk over here in the chat and also knowledgeable people. So don't be afraid to say hi. You don't have to, but it's definitely appreciated if you do. Hey Peter, good afternoon. Checking in from Cape Coral in Florida, where it's 30 degrees Celsius. It's a bit warmer than it is over here, although with the sun being out now, it does start warming up a little bit over here. This is Transavia flight 5425, 737-800 going to Pisa in Italia. I could go for some pizza right now, but that's a different matter altogether. This airplane is 9 years old, first flight February 2014. Well, still looking pretty good in the direction of the wind in terms of the outlook for the weather. No time to linger on it. KLM flight 1051 is taking off to Bristol, Embraer 190, 13 years old, first flight October 2009. Yeah, they're definitely inputting. Banking left, right, left, right. James Stalk, good evening, mate. Who says he watches every night? Well, good on you, mate. Cheers. Huub, goeiemorgen. Yeah, morning. Who's watching from Sao Paulo in Brazil? Thanks for the kind words, my friend. I will definitely keep on going. This is KLM flight 1281 going to Edinburgh. It is a 737-800. This 737 is 15 years old, had its first flight in 2008 in February. Oh, and the wind is definitely still there, interfering with following smoothly. Occasionally, some flights, the wind is hardly there, makes for smooth following. At other times, still very much a pain in the you-know-what. Two airplanes over there, a big bird and first a smaller bird. The small bird is KLM flight 1781 going to Hamburg. Embraer 190, 13-year-old airplane. First flight August 2010. Hey there, Mario Marante. Monica, good afternoon. Nathan, checking in from the UK. Thank you for your kind words, my friend. Glad you're enjoying. This is KLM flight 651 777-200 going to Washington Dulles International. It is a 777-200ER. This airplane is 19 years old. First flight of this airplane was in 2004 in March. All right, so what time is it? It is 5 minutes to 2. And this is what is underway. A330 Dreamliner A320. Let me take a sip of water. So there was a 747 expected around 2:30. Still not seeing anything on flight radar. Plus I'm also seeing that runway 24 is open again for departures. Let's quickly go have a look at the runway usage. All right. Yeah, so they added 24 to the equation. That's interesting. So they are now landing on 36 center and they are taking off from runway 24. That is in potential dangerous because it is crossing traffic. So that is an interesting choice. Unless they are going to close 36 center for arrivals, which I think they probably will and was not updated yet in the LVNL information, the Air Traffic Control Netherlands information. We definitely got to see A350 James, but we haven't seen any in the recent 1.5 hours or so. Right, let's see. Traffic is now also going to runway 24, A320. There is an A350 underway in actuality. China Southern Airlines going to Guangzhou. Now China Southern can still fly over Russia, so that is coming this way. I have been streaming now for 4 hours. I'm also thinking about when to call it quits for today, and I'm thinking maybe after the A350 has taken off, that would be a nice moment. Here's our next airplane. Delta Airlines flight 137, Airbus A330-300 going to Detroit. She is 16 years old. Her first flight in November of the year 2006. Alrighty. Next up, a Dreamliner to New York JFK, KLM flight 641, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner, 5 years old, first flight March 2018. Right. We have another of those loud A330s coming this way, but before that we will see the departure of this A319 EasyJet flight 27829 going to London Stansted. 12-year-old airplane, first flight July 2011. Hey Thea, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Hey there Petros, good afternoon. Checking in from Athens. Right, A330-200 from KLM, flight 765, going to Oranjestad in Aruba, about to take off. 18-year-old airplane, first flight July 2005. This might get a little loud. Let's see what is coming next. Small potatoes. Is that? No, it's KLM. For a minute I thought, is it a special livery A220 from Air Baltic? Thought I was seeing a bit of blue and black, a bit similar to how the nose of this airplane looks. Thought, is it the Estonian flag special livery, but it would have been a very late departure for it. I think Air Baltic and their A220s always fly back to the Baltic states in the morning. Rick asking if that is the A380 in the background. Well, it is the regular parking space of the A380, so it could definitely be the A380 over there. I think it is. I think that is the A380. It normally parks over there, so... and it has landed. Now, China Southern Airlines Flight 308. It is an Airbus A350-900 going to Guangzhou in China. Right away, turn and burn, rolling start, 4-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last plane for today. Thank you all so much for joining me here on what started out as a rainy, dreary, windy day, but ended as a sunny, not so dreary, but still windy day. We have seen a couple of beautiful rush hours of back-to-back outbound traffic, heavies, narrow bodies. Not so many queens, but you can't have it all on the same day. I'm looking to go out again on Thursday. The weather is going to get better later as the week progresses, so we shouldn't have any precipitation issues later in the week. For now, thank you all so much for joining me. Thanks to everyone who was so kind to donate super stickers, super chats, super likes. Become a member, donate memberships. Thank you all so much. Your support means the world to me. Thank you, Yorkshire, for once again moderating the chat and making sure this stays the nice place it has been since the inception of the channel. There's also a merch store on my channel page if you are interested in maybe a t-shirt or a hat. Or if you might know somebody who might be, have a look. If not, all good, it's there for those who are interested. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, no, not tomorrow, Thursday. I'm going to say thank you all so much for joining me. Enjoy the rest of your day, be safe, and I hope to see you again soon. Bye for now.